Hello, everybody. Let me get this stuff posted. Wait a minute, that wasn't charging just then. Oh, it was just default. Twitch, go back, YouTube. All right, we are done. Let's plug this bad boy back in. If I can grab the cord. I found out recently why my brain, or not why my brain, why sometimes when I grab for something it just doesn't work. Figured out that an ADHD brain sends both a yes and a no signal at the same time whenever you do anything. You think about doing anything, you're just trying to do anything, it'll send you a yes and a no signal at the same time. That's what makes executive dysfunction our problem. But I digress. So whenever I do something and I can't hold on to it, it's because my brain said yes and no to gripping. So I gripped it just enough for the yes to be satisfied and without enough tension for the no to be satisfied. Kind of dumb, but whatever. All right. Now that I've ranted about some nonsense, let's get at it. I'm going to leave purple up here. You stay right there. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Defense in depth.
I'm not sure what that was about. No. Take you back to the beginning of this course, we talked about attacks and vulnerabilities. A special class of vulnerability we discussed called zero-day vulnerabilities are unique since they're unknown until they're exploited in the wild.
Think back to the beginning of this course when we talked about attacks and vulnerabilities. The special class of vulnerabilities we discussed, called zero-day vulnerabilities, are unique since they're unknown until they're exploited in the wild. The potential for these unknown flaws is something you should think about when looking to secure your company's systems and networks. Even though it's an unknown risk, it can still be handled by taking measures to restrict and control access to systems. Our end goal, overall, is risk reduction. Two important terms to know when talking about security risks are attack vectors.
Okay. Should I write down 0-day? I feel like I can remember it because 0-day is this. That's day one. It's kind of like ground zero, right? I don't like writing at the bottom of stuff. Important terms to know when talking about. Two important terms to know when talking about. To know when talking. That's horrible handwriting. About security risks. Security. Risks. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. it this way. Let's put black here, then I'll write it in blue. That'll be easier to remember.
And attack
Attack vectors. Attack surfaces. Faces. Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't have to write down 0-day vulnerability. Surely I'll remember 0-day vulnerability. Alright, let's refresh that. So it's definitely here. I just turned it back on. I'm trying to figure out where this stupid thing's at.
surfaces and attack
The method or mechanism. Oh, it's an ME. Oops. By which an attacker or malware gains access to a network, or malware gains access or system. Okay. Attack vector is the method or mechanism by which an attacker or malware gains access to a network or system. The vector is how they get access. I wonder if there's any way I can match vector with a name.
Vector is a method or mechanism by which an attacker or malware gains access to a network or system. Some attack vectors
I'm going to write that down. Some attack vectors are email attachments. Network protocols or services. Network interfaces and user input. Network interfaces and user input. No, it's N, not M. Input. Dumb. Attack vectors are email attachments, network protocols, services, network interference, user input. Email attachments make sense. Phishing. It's a mechanism or a method in which an attacker or malware gains access to a network or a system. It gains access to information, that's for daggone sure.
vectors are email attachments, network protocols or services, network interfaces, and user input. These are different
Is it roaches? Yeah. Roaches. Or paths that an attacker could use. Or paths that an attacker could use to compromise the system. Could use to compromise the system, comma, if they're able to exploit it. If they're able to exploit it. Next one is another definition.
different approaches or paths that an attacker could use to compromise a system if they're able to exploit it. An attack
the sum of all the different attack vectors in the given system. So when you're already infected, the attack surface is everything they've infected you with. So a vector is the beginning. Once it's been installed, it's a surface.
Surface is the sum of all the different attack vectors in a given system. Think of this as the
Neat. Been going for 16 minutes and I'm already a minute in. I'm speeding way up, bro. Think of this as the think of this as the combination of all possible ways an attacker I nation of all possible ways IBLE ways an attacker could interact with our system. An attacker could interact with our system, regardless of known vulnerabilities. Regardless of known vulnerabilities. The combination of all possible ways attacker could interact with our system. It's not possible to know all vulnerabilities.
Combination of all possible ways an attacker could interact with our system, regardless of known vulnerabilities. It's
not possible to know of all possible to know of all full. Where did I just write that? Vulnerabilities in the system. So make sure to think of all. So make sure to think of all avenues that an outside actor could have in news that an outside actor outside actor could interact with our systems. Interact with our systems as a potential attack surface. No, my ribs hurt.
It's not possible to know of all vulnerabilities in a system, so make sure to think of all avenues that an outside actor could interact with our systems as a potential attack surface. The main takeaway here
The main takeaway here is to keep our attack surfaces. Is to keep our attack surfaces as small as possible. Keep our attack surfaces as small as possible. So an attack surface isn't the combination of all attack vectors. It's the possibility to have attack vectors in all those areas. Okay. I misunderstood it at first.
is to keep our attack surfaces as small as possible. This reduces
This reduces the chance of an attacker discovering an unknown flaw and an unknown flaw and compromising it. Our system. There are lots of approaches you can use to reduce attack surfaces. All of them boil down to simplifying systems and services. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got enough room. Well, let's
the
do
chances
it.
of an attacker discovering an unknown flaw and compromising our systems. There are lots of
Oops. Shoot, my ribs are really hurting me today. I wonder if I ate too much crap last night. That's what's wrong. I had a frozen pudding cup. I had 4 pimento cheese crackers. I had a cup of tomato soup. 4 popsicles. I already say a cup of frozen pudding. His butterscotch is pretty good. I feel like I had something else. I eat too much crap. That's what it boils down to. There are lots of approaches you can use. Lots of approaches. I'll never be able to see that again. You can use as an IT support specialist. As an IT support specialist to reduce attack surfaces. Down to simplifying systems and services. Down to simplifying systems and services. Systems and services. The less complex something is,
Lots of approaches you can use as an IT support specialist to reduce attack surfaces. All of them boil down to simplifying systems and services. The less complex
something is, the less likely there will be, likely there will be undetected flaws. There will be undetected flaws. Guys, I'm making some speed. I'm almost 2 minutes in and I'm only... Dude, I'm moving at a minute every 15 minutes. I may actually knock this out today if I keep at this speed. Alright. That's a lot of videos, man. I got a 4, a 4, a 6. That's 14. I've got essentially 20 minutes worth of videos. So if I can do it in 15 minutes per 20, that's 150 minutes. It's 2 hours. There ain't no way I did that math right. Oh.
something is, the less likely there will be undetected flaws. So make sure to disable any extra services or protocols. If they're not totally necessary, then get them out of there.
Okay.
Every additional surface...
I don't have to put that there. I can do this one. So it just means... every surface that's operating. Surface that operates. Crap. Ing. Represents. Represents. Additional attack surfaces that could have attack surfaces that could have an undiscovered vulnerability. Oh, it's an 8 on I ability. Every additional surface that's operating additional attack surfaces undiscovered vulnerability. No, you're right. That vulnerability could be exploited to lead to compromise. Exploited and lead to compromise. I don't think I'm going to add that to it. I think I'm just going to leave it like that.
That's operating represents additional attack surfaces that could have an undiscovered vulnerability. That vulnerability could be exploited and lead to compromise. This concept also applies to access and ACLs. Only allow access when totally necessary. So, for example, it's probably not necessary for employees to be able to access printers directly from outside of the local network. You can just adjust firewall rules, firewall rules to prevent that type of access. That type access. Neat. I gotta hop up and pee, guys. There ain't nobody here to tell that to, but whatever. I gotta hop up and pee real quick. It's my 11 o'clock pee. It's also my 11 o'clock drink. Oh, so let's slam that out real quick, and then I'll go pee it right back out. I'm feeling kind of lethargic today. I wonder if I took too much NyQuil last night. I did do a double swig. It's probably because I took it at night. Still trying to wear off the NyQuil I took last night to knock my butt out. I think if there's anything I'd like to change about myself currently, it's my dependency upon sleep aid. When I was in rehab, I didn't require any, and I slept all the daggone time. Now that I'm out, I require sleep aid. I don't like it.
sluggish today, guys. Maybe I'll go downstairs and take a hit of some coffee. I've got a new espresso machine. I bought it off my friend. I've still yet to try it out. Maybe I should try it out. All you gotta do is just grind the coffee up, put it in there, and I'm gonna do that at 12 o'clock. I'm gonna test out my machine. I've never tested it before. I don't even know how it works. It's set up, and I've never used it. I'll have to grind some. I have to grind some new coffee up. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, you can just add, okay.
Just adjust firewall rules to prevent that type of access. Another way to
Oh, it feels like it's probably going to be important, and it'll probably be discussed in depth later on. How to unify all this. Another way to keep things simple is to reduce your software deployment. Another way to keep things simple is to reduce your software deployments. Deployments, okay. Software deployments. Yay! I'm learning how to spell. Keep things simple. Reduce your software deployment. Example is you have 5 things to do 5 different tasks. Oh crap. Oh. Instead 80. Yeah. Instead of having 5 different software solutions. 5. I don't think I can put that there. Different. Let's see if I could. Nope. Good choice, Harry. Software solutions to accomplish 5 separate tasks. Solutions to accomplish 5 separate tasks. Separate tasks. Replace them with one unified solution if you can. Replace them with one unified solution if you can. If you can. I won't put that. Different software solution. Accomplish 5 separate tasks. One unified solution. wonder if I can get through this whole video before 12. I got 45 minutes. I got right at 2 minutes. I'm moving at 15 minutes, roughly a minute. I know I have no viewers right now, but
keep things simple is to reduce your software deployments. Instead of having 5 different software solutions to accomplish 5 separate tasks, replace them with one unified solution, if you can. That one
one does use less complex code because when you introduce 5 in, that's 5 things of code instead of one thing of code to do everything. But no, in my brain, that wouldn't make sense. Well, no, it does. So when you're using something that links in with something else, you need code to link those two together and then to link the two that you have linked together to the other one to make sure they all accomplish the same task you're trying to do as opposed to the one unified. It's more code to link them together, so it becomes more complex. I'm going to start there.
solution should require less complex code, which reduces the number of potential vulnerabilities. You should also make sure to disable unnecessary or unused components of software and systems deployed. By
disabling features not in use. I'm going to start there. Oh crap. Yeah. Disabling. Oh yeah, no, I screwed that up. Features not in use. You're reducing even more attack surfaces even more. Wait, what?
disabling features not in use, you're reducing even more attack surfaces even more.
You're not in use, comma. You are reducing even more attack surfaces even more. Disabling features not in use. Reducing even more attack surfaces. You're not only reducing the number of ways an attacker can get in, but you're also minimizing the amount of code that's active. Dang it. What's it called when it's not a hangnail, but it's there in the corner of your nail, but it's skin? What is that called? Annoying. That's what it's called. You're not only reducing the number of ways an attacker can get in, the number of ways an attacker can get in, comma, but you're also minimizing. Oh, I don't know how to spell that. But you're also minimizing Well, that was more intimidating than it actually was. The two M's? No. Amount of code that's active. Code that's active. That makes sense. When you disable something, it's no longer active, right? It's important to take this approach in every level of a system and network under your administration. It might seem obvious to take these measures on critical network infrastructures and services, but it's just as important to do this for desktop and laptop platforms that your employees use. One, two, three, four. Wait, one, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got plenty of room. I got it. It's gone. I ate it. Is that cannibalism if you eat yourself? Or is that borderline masochism? These are the questions that my brain asks me. Anybody wants to understand why a guy with ADHD can't focus? Because while I'm trying to focus on disabling unnecessary components, which is the whole course of this, I'm peeling parts of my finger off and wondering if it's cannibalism or what it classifies under. Because I'm swallowing it. To me, that's protein, right? It'll get digested. It's part of me, so go back to me and fulfill your duty. I'm hoping one day somebody's watching my videos and just like, what in the world? No way Morgan's playing Pal World. Man, I really want to play a game with him, but he just... I think all the bad I done to him whenever I was younger, he just can't forgive me for. At every level of systems. At every level of systems and networking, right? Networks under your administration. It's important at every level of systems and networks under your administration.
You're not only reducing the number of ways an attacker can get in, so minimizing. It's important to take this approach at every level of systems and networks under your administration. It might seem obvious.
I don't think that's a blue pen. I think that's a black pen. That's alright. A little minor mess up. I'm still ahead of schedule. Kinda. I got 3 minutes to write. 14 seconds. Yeah. 3 minutes to write 14 seconds. it down. I'm not gonna write that down. I know it comes with crap.
Yes, to take these measures on critical networking infrastructure and servers. But it's just as important to do this for desktop and laptop platforms that your employees use. Lots of consumer operating systems ship a bunch of default services and software enabled right out of the box that you probably won't be using in an enterprise network or environment. For example, Telnet access for
What did I just write? I'm gonna write that down. Dang it. I should have just wrote it down. Because it goes along with this. It might seem obvious. To take these measures. To take these measures on critical networking infrastructure and servers. But it's just as important to do this. But it's just as important to do this for desktop and laptop platforms. For desktop and laptop platforms that your employees use. Crap. Okay. Let's see what he said. I've got something Hi, leaving for the pickup. Ow! Oh. Give me just a second, viewers. I'm selling a hot water heater today. It's a tankless. Yes, sir. We'll be breaking from school at noon. All right, I got 30 minutes, guys. to get done by noon with this part. I'm moving really fast today. I'm quite impressed with myself. So let's see how much faster we can move. Well, my hands are moving fast. My body's moving slow. I'm feeling lethargic. I took too much NyQuil last night. Oh crap, I was going to write that down. Telnet access. For a managed switch. TCH. Shoo, boy, I messed that up. Has no business being enabled in a real world environment. In a real world environment. What's left?
Managed switch has no business being enabled in a real-world environment.
All right.
You should
Telnet access managed switch. No business being enabled. Okay, on the way. You should disable it immediately. 2 M's. Ali. Okay. If find it on a device.
disable it immediately if you find it on a device. Any vendor-specific API access
I didn't mean to do that. Should also be disabled. If you don't plan on using they might be harmless.
should also be disabled if you don't plan on using these services or tools. They might be harmless, especially if you
Vendor specific API access also be disabled. They might be harmless. Set up strong firewall rules. If you set up strong firewall rules and network ACLs and network ACLs. Okay.
Set up strong firewall rules and network ACLs. This one service might represent a
This service might represent a fairly low risk. Might rep. Oh, represent. Present. Why take any unnecessary risk at all? Necessary. That's a bad time to cough. That risk looks an awful lot like
fairly low risk, but why take any unnecessary risk at all? Remember, the defense and
Remember, comma, the defense. I don't know how to spell that. Defense in depth concept. Concept is all about risk mitigation. Is all about risk mid. What's up, Peter? Mitigation and implementing layers of security. How you doing today, Peter? I don't really get a chance to chat at you very often.
depth concept is all about risk mitigation and implementing layers of security. Now, let's think
Let's think about the layered approach to security. Now, let's think about the layered approach. Oh goodness. I do greatly apologize, but I forget where you're from. What's the temperature where you're at? Because It's effing hot and muggy here, and it's about to rain. So the skies are cloudy. It's kind of hot, a little muggy. It was that way for sure yesterday, and um, and it's probably gonna rain. What? Think about the layered approach to security. What if our access control, our access control That's still pretty decently hot, especially with the humidity. Humidities. Control measures. Yeah, if there's any kind of humidity with that, that 86 turns into 100 real quick. Or fail in some unforeseen way. In some unforeseen. That was, oh, is there an E in that? Yep. Seen way.
Think about the layered approach to security. What if our access control measures are bypassed or fail in some unforeseen way? As an IT
This is exactly what you want to think about. This is exactly, yeah, what you want to think about. You want to think about. How do we keep? Oh, Peter, while you're here, since you and me talk about God quite frequently, I had a question the other day while I was in service, and it really got me thinking. And I'm gonna use some examples whenever I say this. I don't know what's going on. Sorry about that. So the service last Sunday was over the spirits, or the gifts of the Holy Spirit that God grants upon you to help serve for God. And he was going through the seven gifts, and I got to thinking, I see two gifts in a lot of people that's been granted gifts. So it's got me thinking. Um, and I don't know enough about the gifts of the Holy Spirit to really have an answer for this just yet. But so, number one question: does God grant more than one gift to better serve Him? You better serve your purpose to serve Him. And two, are you born with your gifts, and coming to Him is how you awaken them? Because some people, let's use preachers as examples. This was the example I was going to give you. Preachers, to me, seem like they come with both wisdom and evangelist, because they have to have the ability to talk so they can be an evangelist and show them that this is the path I'm walking down. Come walk it with me. Also, the wisdom and knowledge to be able to tell them how to get to that path. So, are we granted multiple gifts instead of just the one? Should we be looking at all the possibilities? And are we granted with them from the moment of birth? Just coming to God activates them. That's the question I have for you. How do we keep this component secure if the security systems above it have failed? If the security systems above it have failed. I love having these like moments where I'm just like, hold up a minute. Is there something more to this? Because you're supposed to study the Bible. You're not just supposed to read it. You're supposed to study it, understand it. There's a lot that goes into it.
IT support specialist, this is exactly what you want to think about. How do we keep this component secure if the security systems above it have failed?
That's a very good question, my friend. All right, and I'm not going to move forward until after my lunch. It's in 12 minutes. I've got a lot I got to do then. Um, I will be selling a hot water heater, tankless hot water heater, hose, based, fire, wall. Let's go purple. I kind of like it. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough on it either. I feel like I should probably in the last service, this is the second time I've been to this church. I've been trying to switch churches because the one I've been going to since getting out of rehab is just too far away and I just don't have transportation. That's what it boils down to. On top of me just feeling like another number instead of a child of God that needs help. But yeah, I feel like I should probably take the guy up on the offer that I talked to when I went to the altar to pray last Sunday. Offered me a chance to go to the men's group for like studies and testimonies and stuff like that. I think maybe I should take him up on it because I'm kind of curious about a few things. I'm curious about the Holy Spirit and how all that comes about. I know you got to come to God and be washed over with the Holy Spirit. And the size of the cup you bring to the fountain will overflow. So if you show up with a shot glass, you only get a shot glass worth of the gift. But if you show up with a 5-gallon drum full because you've sought God 5 gallons worth of spirit, you'll get that overflowing. I'm just curious how it all comes to be. Kind of like, so my mom's in the medical field, and I've had to learn a whole lot about the medical field through my life of living, which is good. It's good. Um, but one part about the medical field I figured out is everybody has every disease known to man inside them. Every last one of them is inside them. If it's a disease that will take you down that's not man-made, it's in you, like cancer, tumors, things like that. Those big heavy hitters. And what causes them to kill you is an activation, essentially from the gut. All diseases come from the gut. That's in the Bible too. So if you're born with cancer but you don't die from cancer, then you didn't, i.e., go to cancer with your cup and ask for it to be full. So if God is placed in the same aspect of that, because God is everything and knows everything, he would already know what kind of person you're going to be before you're even conceived. I think that's in the Bible. He knows you before you're even born. Um, so wouldn't he know what gifts to bless you with? I'll use another example. So while I was listening to all that stuff, I think if I were to have a Holy Spirit, it'd probably be evangelism because I can just simply talk. Talking's not a problem. I can talk to anybody. I can tell you my testimony. I can show you the path I've walked every step of the way. That's not a problem. So I think if I were to have a gift, it would be evangelism. But I think I might also have wisdom because I'm always seeking new wisdom. Wisdom, knowledge, whatever church you go to might word it differently, or whatever Bible you're reading might word it differently, but it's one of the 7 gifts. I think I might have both of those. Now, does that mean I want to be a preacher? No. But I think I might have 2 gifts. And as I'm observing everybody else, I think they might also have 2 gifts or more, or more. I wouldn't want to limit it to 2. Maybe some people have 3. I don't think I'm one of them, but maybe they could have 3. You got prophecy. Some people that have prophecy also have other gifts, like talking in tongues. It's just something that's got me thinking. It's got me wondering. My dad's got me reading John 6 right now, specific verses. It's in the area where he's giving bread and fish to all the masses, and he's discussing that the bread Moses gave you, you will die from. Like they ate it and they died, but the bread that I offer, you will live forever. And the bread is my flesh, and my the blood or the wine is or the blood. I forgot the second half. The Yeah, the blood is my wine. My flesh is the bread. My blood is the wine. Um, and he said that those people will live forever. He's trying to. He's got a question he wants me to. Wants to ask me. He's just waiting for me to understand what he wants me to understand. I do have my own interpretation, and it's going to sound really far-fetched, but that's because I'm slightly crazy. I think the Bible is a handbook. It's step one of two or possibly three that you have to do. So, like, I don't think it's like unbroken law or something like that. You have to read the Bible to go to church. Or you have to read the Bible and go to church and be saved and all that to make it to heaven. I think it's a stepping stone. The Bible introduces you to the path. And yeah. So it's like an instructional manual on how to awaken your inner Christ. And going through research through vibrations and frequencies and stuff like that, light, the flower of life, just all this crazy stuff you can see on YouTube. I've been doing research into, and all these things lead to, if you want to ascend to your higher self, you have to have a higher vibrational frequency. That's talked about in the Bible. If you want to go to heaven, you have to live with love. Love is the highest vibrational frequency known to man, and it's talked about in the Bible. So, funny enough, some of the God talks in symbolism or not symbology. No, I forget the word, but it's talking in riddles. So what he says isn't like stone; it's up for interpretation for the most part. So like talking about going up the ram of God, and your brain looks like a ram. Your barrel cerebellum, it looks like the ram, and then the spine has 33 sections in it. That's talked about in the Bible. Um, your pineal gland was mentioned. It's the eye of Ra if you look into like Egyptians and stuff. And your pineal gland is also called your crown chakra. And if you look into Hinduism, they awaken their inner Christ by increasing the vibrational frequency up their spine, up the 33. And as it passes and enters the cerebellum, so I can't pronounce that word, but it's the pineal gland in the ram of God. You awaken your inner Christ, and conveniently enough, that pineal gland is called the crown chakra. And when you've done that, you can ascend, and that all matches up into our Bible. So I do believe it's a guideline, kind of like instructional manual on how to do what God's asking you to do. And I believe love is the number one. I don't think anything is possible without love. I think that's why the world is trying to push us towards hate, because hate is such a lower vibrational frequency that it keeps you trapped here on this earth. I also believe we're on earth to learn a lesson. And when we die, we'll go in front of God, and He'll ask us the question for what we were supposed to learn here. And it'll be either a yes, I learned it, or a no, I didn't. So, funny enough, it's an eye. It's the pineal gland is an eye. It's attached to the same receptors that the optical nerves from your eye are attached to. It's another eye, also known as your third eye. I think it's what allows us to see the spirit realm, because it's completely in darkness, dude. How are you supposed to see anything in complete darkness unless you can see? Yeah. So you may be on the same path. I just may be a little late to the party. You know, I had to do drugs and act like a retard for 16 years. Oh. Mm. So I've got a lot of thoughts on it. I do believe that we're put here to do something. I think we're supposed to be doing something. And I think we're supposed to follow God in order to do that something. And I think once we have awakened our spiritual self, we still have another task at hand. This is why I said possibly the third, one of three. I think when you awaken, then you're supposed to be an evangelist. I think from that point you're supposed to share um, God's blessings and stuff, because He made us in His image, which means that we have the ability to awaken our inner Christ, which is ascension, and that's how we make it to heaven. It's just There's a whole lot of craziness that's in it. I've been watching this one dude, Billy Carson, I think his name is, and he seems to think that these Anunnaki tablets and these emerald tablets and the tablets of Thoth are all precursors to the Bible, and they're also referred to in the Bible. Yes, so hallucinogens, I think, are a cheat code to do that because they cause our brain, our hemispheres to merge. When you consume that, the left and the right merge as one. And a lot of people have spiritual awakenings through DMT. Not so much DMT that I've heard of. I've heard it through mushrooms. A specific blend of certain hallucinogenic mushrooms will allow you to awaken your spiritual self. I've yet to do hallucinogens, even in my addiction, so I can't confirm or deny that. It's still on my list, but I don't think it's a good point in time for me to try hallucinogens to try to awaken my spiritual self simply because I know my mind's unstable. Yeah, so DMT will mess you up. DMT is a natural produced chemical in your brain, tetramethatoxin. Tetramethatoxin. I'm butchering that because I'm trying to recall it from memory. Tetramethatoxin. I'm just gonna Google it. But everything in the world has it, and when you die, a massive amount of it is released. Crazy enough, DMT being the thing that everybody seems to think that's getting them to heaven, when it's massively released, the consensus is that's the spirit leaving the body and going home. That's the consensus. DMT, DMT, actual name. Dimethyl, methamine, methamine. I was messing it all up to mine. I said toxin. Dimethylrith. Shoo wee. Man, if I could laugh at one of those comments, can I? Can I laugh at these comments? Oh, that would have been one of them. I'd have put a laughy face to. You're right. Good luck. Yeah, I think there's a whole lot to it, and I think there's a whole lot more we still got to learn. I think it's purposely being hid from us. Same, brother, same. I can't spell to begin with. You give me something like that, I'm gonna be like, okay, that's it for me. Y'all have a nice day. Enjoy your spelling bee. I'm gonna go ahead and forfeit. Heck, I can't even spell necessary. Oh, 26 minutes on this thing. Waiting on the phone call. Yeah, I'll be taking a 30-minute break here in just a minute. That's why I'm waiting right now. I'm gonna take my lunch break. I do it every day at around noon to try to spend with the girlfriend. And then I'm also selling a hot water heater between the minutes of 12 and 12:30. I shouldn't say hours because it's minutes. So I'm just kind of waiting on all that to start coinciding. I can tell you, my dad got me a book the other day, and I was kind of interested in it. And it's the book. It's the original translations of the New Testament into English, and it was before they like gave it chapters and stuff, chapters and verses. And it's essentially a book about just this big. It's not very big. It's just the New Testament, and um, and it's just letters from John to the church. And reading them is really throwing me off. It goes to show me the difference in the speaking pronunciations, maybe. I don't know. Just reading it throws me off. It's like they're using too many words that shouldn't be there, or maybe we've eliminated words that should be there. It's difficult. It's hard to read, but it's interesting. It's interesting. I don't really have a whole lot after that. Oh, never mind. I don't have to. Uh, she's on her way out to the car, guys. So I'm going to be taking a quick 30-minute break. It could be sooner, it could be later. It will be no more than 45 minutes. I'm not going to let that guy dictate my day. So I'll be eating my food and selling a hot water heater. At the same time, when I'm done with all of that, I will be back to do some more school. My goal today is to get done with this section as far as I can get so I can knock out the next section tomorrow. Yes, I'll be back in roughly about 30 minutes, give or take a few minutes. It won't last longer than 45, uh, but I will be back shortly. Everybody have a great break for a moment. I will see you at about 12:30. Oh, and it was nice talking God with you, Peter. right. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. It took just a little bit longer than 30 minutes. The sale was pretty quick. As a matter of fact, as soon as I got off, within like, it was probably 5 minutes, they'd already hit me up that they was here. What took so long was the girlfriend getting to the phone call. That actually happened pretty quick. That's the quickest $250 I've ever made. For a nice young lady, well, a nice lady, that is building a she shed. Do you, girl? Same thing as a man cave. Might as well have some hot water to it. Oh man, I'm so sorry, guys. It just hit me pretty rough. I have to go use the restroom. It might be a minute. This one's a dookie. Sorry about that, everybody. I didn't mean to get back from my break and then have to immediately go poop. Is my mic on? Cool. Yeah, I did not mean to immediately have to go poop. All right, let's get back at it. I don't feel right. There we go.
We briefly mentioned host-based firewalls when we talked about network monitoring and intrusion detection systems. Host-based
Host-based firewalls protect individual hosts. When they're using an untrusted used
firewalls are important to creating multiple layers of security. They protect individual hosts from being compromised when they're used.
are important to creating multiple are important to creating multiple layers of security. Hello, Sticky. How have you been, man? Haven't seen you around in a while. I also haven't been around in a while. Big gangster. You're going on vacation soon? Or you're just wanting a vacation? They also protect individual hosts from potentially
used in untrusted
While a host-based firewall on each individual host protects that one machine.
and potentially malicious environments. They also protect individual hosts.
Yeah, I'm going to write that down. Dang, I got hit pretty hard last night, but that's all I'm doing. I'm not really interested in performing a whole lot of attacks right now. They also protect individual hosts from ELE. I don't know if that's how you pronounce that. Promised peers inside a trusted network. Peers inside trusted network.
From potentially compromised peers inside a trusted network. Our network
I'm going to do it that way. Ah, I just marked my blue shirt with blurt. Are network based. Network based. Network based firewall. Based. Hey, speaking of all that, I had quite an issue yesterday. I about lost my mind. I didn't understand anything from yesterday. I didn't know how to issue a command. I'm slowly starting to understand as soon as I get into this career, I'm going to fail out of it pretty fast, but I'm not going to quit until I'm done. Network. When you're dealing with big head honchos and big systems, there's no way that I can. How did I know I was going to sell that?
network-based firewall has a duty to protect our internal network by filtering traffic in and out of it, while the host
Network-based firewall. Duty to protect our internal network
filtering traffic in, out of it, while host-based firewalls on each individual host protect that one machine. What are you considering picking up? Host-based firewall on each individual dual hosts protects that one machine. Machine. I haven't had Pepsi Max in a while. I've almost forgot what it tastes like. Enjoy your trip to the store, sir. I hope you get lots of fruit and Pepsi. If you're going to keep trying to take all my attention, I'm going to quit playing you. You better stop. Defeat Punisher. Screw it. I'll run a 30 run. Just waste some energy. I'm tired of tapping. You'd still want to start with an implicit deny rule. Then we'd selectively enables specific services and ports that will be used. This lets us, okay.
Host-based firewall on each individual host protects that one machine. Like our network-based
We'd still want to start with an implicit deny. Click it. Deny rule. I don't know how to pronounce that. Click it. Implicit. Implicit. Then we'd selective. Okay. Then we'd selectively enable specific services and ports that'll be used. Services and ports that will be used. Wow.
firewall, we'd still want to start with an implicit deny rule. Then we'd selectively enable specific services and ports that'll be used. This lets us
Like our network-based firewall, we'd still want to start with implicit deny rule. Selectively enable specific services and ports start with a secure default. This lets us start with a secure default, comma, and then only permits traffic. And then only permits, traffic that we know and trust. That we can know and trust.
Start with a secure default, and then only permits traffic that we know and trust. You can think
I'm going to write it down. I've noticed I move faster when I just write everything down. Isn't that sad? I can move faster if I write everything down. Init for the specific traffic we require. Init for the specific traffic we require. This may look very different from your network.
Think of this as starting with a perfectly secure firewall configuration, and then poking holes in it for the specific traffic we require. This may look
Hold on. You can think of this as starting a perfectly secure firewall configuration, then poking holes in it, specific traffic we require. This may look very different from here. This may look very different from your network firewall. Firewall configuration. Yeah, it's a straight up Asian configuration, since it's unlikely that your employees would need remote, that your employees would need remote SSH access to their laptops, for example. I'm sorry. access to their laptop for example. Phew, my fingers are already cramping. I want to get through this 6-minute video. I want to get all the way down here to here. That's my goal for today. Get down here to here.
Very different from your network firewall configuration, since it's unlikely that your employees would need remote SSH access to their laptops, for example. Remember that to secure systems,
Oh yeah, I was just learning about attack vectors and attack surfaces. Uh, it's it's pretty basic, man. Like attack vector is anything that somebody can attack you with, any possibility of an attack being performed. The way they do it is considered a vector, and then like the mechanism on how they go about it. And then an attack surface is essentially all the vulnerabilities in a operating system. So that was real easy to remember. This is my ability to maximize your vulnerability, and this is the amount of vulnerabilities you have. Since you're here just essentially to learn, if you don't already know that, there's a cheat code. I actually don't know everything that you have. Looks like a kitty giving a fist bump. Brain power. Yeah, that first one, it was up here. Disabling unnecessary components. I've been doing that for the majority of my life. If I get a brand new phone and I've turned it on, I'm immediately going to go through the startup. Immediately go through it. I'm going to turn some stuff off. But that's not because like I'm trying to protect myself. That's because that stuff slows me down. So I'm just eliminating it. I didn't realize that it was a security thing. But that was part of the last section.
you need to minimize attack surfaces or exposure. A host-based firewall plays a
Wait a minute. Is that a whole new sentence? To secure a system, minimize attack surfaces and exposure. A host-based firewall plays a big part in reducing what's accessible to an outside attacker. Oh yeah, that's a new sentence. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yeah, I got it. Host-based firewall plays a big part in reducing. What's accessible to an outside attacker. This is what slows me down. If I could just read and know how to spell it, I wouldn't have to keep looking up. I could just keep writing. Thank you, Tennessee, for giving me an education that is subpar to an outside attacker. I found out a pretty funny way to spell analysis. If you have to kind of be a little dirty to find it funny, but you spell analysis anal. Why, sis? Maybe my redneck just came out there. I'm sorry.
big part in reducing what's accessible to an outside attacker. It provides
Come back here.
Host-based firewall. What's accessible to an outside attacker? Let's do it that way. Reducing what's accessible. Okay. Provides flexibility. While only permitting condition. Okay. While only permitting connections to selective services. Connections to selective services on a given host. I spelled that wrong. Yeah, there's an E there. From specific networks or IP ranges. From specific networks or IP ranges. Networks or IP ranges. Yeah. This ability to restrict connections from certain origins is usually used to implement a high security host to network. Okay. That seems important.
flexibility while only permitting connections to selective services on a given host from specific networks or IP ranges. This ability
To restrict connections from certain origins. I lost it. Oh, there it is. Certain origins is usually used to implement is usually used to implement a highly secure host to a network. A highly secure host to a network. Strawberry. Used to implement highly secure host to a network. Neat. All right, it is 1 o'clock. Oh, Stiggy's already going. Okay, well, I'm back to no viewers, so I'm still gonna say I'm gonna get up and pee. I gotta get my 1 o'clock pee real quick. Oh, Stiggy is here. Sorry, man. On my end, it says I don't have any viewers. Says I'm down to one. Oh, it's OBS because if I click Twitch, I've got three. Okay, Stiggy, I'm sorry. That was my mistake. My streaming software told me I didn't have any. I'll be right back, man. I gotta go do my 1 o'clock pee. Oh. All right, I was back. Oh, I'm up to 2 viewers now. What? What? I don't know what's going on with OBS, man. It's on the fritz.
Ability to restrict connections from certain origins is usually used to implement a highly secure host or network. From there,
Oh crap! I got up and peed and I didn't drink. Oh. Access to critical or sensitive systems. Critical. Okay. Sensitive systems. Infrastructure. Is it OR? URE is permitted. Period. These are called Bastion hosts or networks and are specifically hardened to minimize to reduce what's permitted to run on them.
there, access to critical or sensitive systems or infrastructure is permitted. These are called bastion hosts or networks.
There, access to critical or sensitive systems or infrastructures is permitted. These are called What do you mean raw dogging it? Like you don't know none of this yet? I probably said that in a way where it was demeaning to you and I didn't mean it that way. This information isn't I have none of these terms. I just make it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Bastion host. Yeah, I've never heard of a Bastion host. Like, is that a guest host? Bastion. Oh, you're saying in your work you don't know any of this and you're just raw dogging it and getting it done. Dude, that's impressive.
Probably. Don't jinx us, but probably. Oh, did you see what happened to Trump? I think it's hilarious that what happened to. I have like a general structure in my head, and that's it. I just draw diagrams if I need to explain it. Well, that's pretty cool though. You can still render it in your brain. I'm not to the point yet where I can render it in my brain. I find it funny that as soon as it happened, Japan put out a little short, animated short about Trump's attempted assassination and how freedom saved the bullet, and it's hilarious. That's not what really happened. If you watch the videos, you can see Secret Service moving people away from behind him just before the shots are fired. You can see people trying to alert the Secret Service and police. There's a man climbing up the roof with a gun. They didn't care. They wanted Trump dead. So they've already attempted on his life, which means he's doing something. I'm pro Trump. I don't remember if we discussed this. My brain is so bad. But he's a Bastion host. I should make mention I don't have any rights to vote, so my opinion shouldn't really matter. But I am for Trump.
Networks, and are specifically hardened and minimized to reduce what's permitted to run on them.
Definition?
Bastion hosts
Dang it.
are usually exposed to the
What does that mean? But they can also be used as a gateway or access portal into more sensitive services like core authentication servers or domain controllers. A host? I feel like this one's also important. Bastion. Hosts are usually exposed to the internet. Are usually exposed to the interwebs. What the? But don't you worry about parts like sticking to parts? Like Pepsi Max is full of sugar. It's maximum sugar. So aren't you worried of like just some free flowing parts, for example, sticking to area? If I'll finally get a girl home, she'll excitedly pull down my pants. Special attention. Yep, nope, you're right there. That is for sure right there. It is definitely better than penis cheese. Dude, that stuff makes me sick. I've never experienced it, but could you just imagine rolling your penis out and all of a sudden you got a big white blob of some nastiness? Yeah. I am for sure glad that I was circumcised at a very young age. Oh, yeah, that's not a thing overseas, is it? Not everybody gets circumcised. That's like a standard here. There's a lot of Jews here.
down to reduce. Not really. Then we see it as mitigation. Whatever, phone spelling. Multigation. Mutilation. What do you mean female side of it? Is there a female circumcision? Bro, don't answer that actually. I don't think I want that knowledge. Just please don't answer that. I'm nervous. I seen it. They cut off the clit? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Oh, there's no help for America. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not.
The internet, so you should pay special attention to hardening and locking them down to reduce the chances of compromise. But
But they can also be used. Okay. It's a gateway or access portal. Portal into more sensitive services like into more sensitive services like core. Oh, I can't put that there. Authentication servers or domain controllers. Servers or domain controllers. I go on vacation after tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think you got a chance to hear me earlier. What vacation? Like, are you going somewhere specific? You don't have to say names or nothing like that. But is it going to be like Disneyland or something, or are you just going somewhere with the family? I think I vaguely remember you telling me about a vacation when you were first. That's a workout for you. Oh, what's this? What does the ZYZ mean? Is that IP4 and IP6 combined? He said, "Hell no." I like those. Those are called staycations here in the States. You're not really going anywhere, but you're definitely on vacation. and you will not be bothered to do anything except those two things. I like staycations, they're fun.
They can also be used as a sort of gateway or access portal into more sensitive services like core authentication servers or domain controllers. This would let
I don't think I fully understood that. Let's go back.
exposed to the internet, so you should pay special attention to hardening and locking them down to reduce the chances of compromise. But they can also be used as a sort of gateway or access portal into more sensitive services like core authentication servers or domain controllers. This would
Well, that sounds like it's intriguing. Data mining and Pantheon? Sounds hard, actually. What is data mining anyways? Is that essentially just like salt? We call those jump hosts, not gateways? Oh, well that'll make things easier. Okay, this would let you implement more secure authentication mechanisms and ACLs on the Bastion host without making it inconvenient for your entire company. Okay. This would let you implement, for instance, if I want to go to my automation system. I'll let you finish writing that. I'm gonna this would let you implement more as the jump shot. It's the entry point from outside. Jump host. That's the jump host, not shot. I don't know what VIDAR is. More secure authentication mechanism. Ackles. On the Bastion host. No, on Bastion host. Without making it inconvenient. Without making it inconvenient for your entire company. For your entire company. Alright, let's see what we got here. Oh, okay. I just remembered from where you're from. Man, I'm so sorry for my memory. Keeps getting worse every day. Alright, what's next? Select dungeon. I think I gotta run Hollow Wind. Let's run it 30 times too, just be done with it. Ooh, speed and crit rate. Do not roll HP. You did. You're dead. Alright.
would let you implement more secure authentication mechanisms and ACLs on the Bastion hosts without making it inconvenient for your entire company. Monitoring and logging can be
Monitoring and logging can be prioritized for these hosts more easily. Can be prioritized hosts more easily. Implement more secure authentication mechanisms and ACLs on the host. Okay. Typically, these hosts were
be
never.
prioritized for these hosts more easily. Typically,
It's usually just a security. Typically, these hosts or networks. Are you excited to be going on your stake? Oh, so yeah, that's a way of hardening. You're just hardening the access, right? I'm getting network hardening is just making the network harder. Okay, yeah. So network hardening is essentially just making the network harder to get into, right? That's all hardening is. Essentially, you're taking out options, you're taking out um, attack surfaces, you're limiting the ability for more attack vectors by shortening the access. We further harden with role-based networking. Yeah, we covered that a couple sections ago. Um, that's along the lines of if you don't have permission, you can't do it. You can't even try to access it. Like you have to be in the. I think it was with LDAP. I don't know. That was a few. That was a few back. Hosts or networks would also have. Yeah, yeah. So if you don't have access to it, you can't get it. It makes me interested in looking into that whole LDAP stuff for my own personal use. I just I don't exactly know exactly how to use it yet, so I don't trust implementing it on my own machine. I'd rather test fire it a few times and know exactly how I'm doing it before I jump the gun and install it on my machine. But it is definitely something that I'm interested in getting.
these hosts or networks would also have severely limited network connectivity. It's usually just to
That they're designed to protect and not much else. doesn't matter what sentence I write.
I don't have enough. Yeah.
I can tell it's rolling up on 2. I can already feel the P building.
It's coming.
Stop it.
The secure zone that they're designed to protect, and not much else. Applications that are allowed to
Okay. Applications that are allowed to be installed. And run on these hosts. Would also be restricted to those that would also be restricted to those that are strictly necessary, to those that are strictly two S's, one C, two S's. Since these machines have one specific purpose, since these machines have one specific purpose.
to be installed and run on these hosts would also be restricted to those that are strictly necessary, since these machines have one specific purpose. Part of the host-based firewall rule
Part of the host-based firewall rule will likely also provide ACLs. Also provide ACLs that allow access from the VPN setnet. Crap, I messed it up. That allow access from the VPN subnet. Allow access from VPN helps with the connects subnet. It's good. Okay. Parts of the host-based firewall rule also provide ACLs access from the VPN. Why do I keep saying M? Is it this stupid thing in my face? Yeah. Goodbye. It's good practice to keep the network practicey to keep the network that VPN clients connect into. Oh, clients connect into separate using both subnetting and VLANs. Using both subnetting and VLANs.
Rules will likely also provide ACLs that allow access from the VPN subnet. It's good practice to keep the network that VPN clients connect into separate using both subnetting and VLANs. This gives you more flexibility to enforce
Okay. Gives you more flexibility. Enforce CE. Security on these VPN clients. Clients. It also lets you build additional layers of defense. It also lets you build additional layers of defense. Layers of defense. SE? Oh, SES. Defenses. More flexibility. Enforce security. VPN clients.
security on these VPN clients. It also lets you build additional layers of defenses. While a VPN
Let's see what this is. Okay. Okay. I think I get it. VPN host should be protected using other means. Host should be protected using other means. It's still a host that's operating potentially malicious environment. Potentially malicious environment. This host is then. This host is what?
Again, host should be protected using other means. It's still a host that's operating in a potentially malicious environment. This host is then initiating a remote connection into your trusted internal network. These hosts
Standalone sentences. Gotta love them. These hosts represent another potential vector of attack and compromise.
represent another potential vector of attack and compromise. Your ability to separately monitor traffic coming and going from them is
Well, that's interesting.
super useful. There's an important
Do I have another video right after this? I do. And a good thing I gotta pee. Because I gotta get up. My butt is going numb. When it comes to host-based firewalls. Comes especially for client systems like laptops. Especially for client systems like laptops. Client systems like the users of this system have admin rights, then they have the ability to change firewall rules and configuration. To change firewall rules and configurations.
Important thing for you to consider when it comes to host-based firewalls, especially for client systems like laptops. If the users of the system have administrator rights, then they have the ability to change firewall rules and configurations. This is something you should keep in mind and make sure to monitor with logging. If management
You should prevent the disabling of host-based firewalls. The disabling of host-based firewalls. You can do this on Windows with Active Directory or LDAP, right? Or lightweight Active Directory. Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. So is LDAP's the same thing as Active Directory, right? All right, I finally finished that. Thank goodness. Before we start the next one, I
tools
gotta
allow
pee.
it,
Oh,
you
it's
should
time
also
anyways.
prevent the disabling of the host-based firewall. This can be done
I am
with
for sure about
Microsoft
to pee on
Windows
myself.
machines when administered using Active Directory, as an example.
Is that right? Yeah. Hold on. Says I got 4 viewers in my lobby right now. So guys, give me about 2 minutes. I'm gonna hop up and not even 2 minutes. I gotta hop up, pee, and I'll be right back. Oh. that's done. Select scenario. I am currently still grinding them. Alright, I made it to the grind section. Before we move on, let me get some of these attacks out of the way so I don't have this over my head. To anybody out there playing Summoner's War, I'm C1. Well, actually, I'm F3 right now. I woke up to a bunch of attacks. But I'm currently trying to keep C1 this whole week so it'll be easier to qualify for inner server. Because you got to be C1 or higher. And that climb on Sunday, I'm just not willing to do. I did it once with Jack and it was a blast, dude. Well, I think I've done it twice with Jack. Yeah, I've rushed twice with Jack. It was a blast both times, but I'm too old to be staying up until like 12 o'clock at night, 1 o'clock in the morning. It's just... Give me a minute to knock a few of these out. Boom. What happened? Somebody placed something on Camia, and she was taking crit hits. Camia was taking a critical hit and not cleansing. I should have specified. There was a provoke on her, and she was taking critical hits and was not cleansing. That was unique. Back, didn't hear much. Neighbor's cat was out. Well, I'm glad to see you back, Stiggy. I passed that one video. I'm trying to catch up on my attacks on my game that's running beside me. I'm up to 9 out of 10. Let me knock a few attacks out and we'll continue. I have every plan to make it to the 7-minute video today and then stop. So however long it takes us to get to the 7-minute... Want to see the cat? I sure do, actually. Wait a minute. You said it was out and it was loud. Is it huge? There it is. Is it huge? Oh, it's adorable. It is kind of fat, but it's adorable. No, that's not fat. I was looking at it wrong. I am sorry. Little calico? Is that a calico? Yeah, it's a calico. Fat shaming the cat. I don't think anything's gonna top what I seen the other day of that cat that was so huge, dude. It was one of the funny animal reels. And the cat was so fat when they pushed it over, it just did this. Cats are meant to hunt, bro. Don't get them fat. Alright, this will be the last attack, and then we'll move on. I am curious why my Water Art Master only cleanses Maxi. My demon stays afflicted with whatever ailment is on him. I've never figured that out. Why does Maxi not get it? I'm gonna take them both out. Who is coming back? You're coming back. Let's take you out, get you out of the way. You got problems with gophers, Stiggy? Like actual big old gophers? Do you have problems with them over there? Did you just cleanse me? Come on, Maxi, do your thing. Oh gosh, you don't know what a gopher is? let me learn you what a gopher is. I got a problem with one right now. It's already dug a hole straight through my garden, down to my foundation. Is it 2 F's? Gopher. Images. This thing. This is probably one of... No, that's a Canadian, but that's kind of the colors. That's what's going on with mine. It's red. Gopher size compared to humans. They're not very big. That's about the size of your average gopher. That's more like a beaver, I think. Is that a gopher? They're not very big. I got a big old fat one right now that's messing with my stuff. He kind of resembles this guy. He's got a red stuff. And we got a gopher right now. There's like a whole thing going on with gophers in the States. In the winter, after winter's over, if the gopher comes out and sees his shadow, then winter's over. No, if he comes out and sees his shadow, there's 3 more months of winter. If he comes out and doesn't see his shadow, then winter's over. But I've got one that's messing with my garden right now. It's being a big poopy head. It's already chewed off half my squash, stuck a hole straight down to the foundation of my garden, ate 2 of my pepper plants. Little hoe bag. Alright, let's get started. He said, "Here's a gopher." Logging and auditing. Logging auditing. I don't think I'm gonna get over your response. TF is a gopher. It's a nuisance is what it is. It's a big old fat squirrel that likes to dig in the dirt. Color. Let's move on. This will be the last video for today, guys. Just a heads up. I'm going to do this video and I'm going to do this reading material. When we get down to here, it's going to be it for today. I would have effectively knocked out 1, 2, 3 videos and 2 reading materials. My next goal tomorrow is to knock out all of this and take this test. That's going to be a lot.
A critical part of any security architecture is logging and alerting. It wouldn't do much good to have all these defenses in place if we have no idea if they're working or not. We need visibility into the security systems in place to see what kind of traffic they're seeing. We also need to have the visibility.
Okay, I'm going to start there. Critical part of any learn how. Oh, is this what this is about? Learn how. I can't pronounce that. It looks like it says logs. Oh, okay. Neat. So, yeah, I'm going to write it all down. This is the last video, so I can be meticulous with it. A critical part. Sys logs are local system logs. RIS logs send the system logs to a remote server, such as a Graylog server. Graylog stores logs and lets you set up alerts, etc. That makes sense. Oh, the extra R means remote system logs. Man, I love how simple some of this stuff is. Once I start getting the hang of it, I have a feeling that I'll be able to pick up on things like that. Security. spell architecture. Architecture is logging and alerting. Why my cameras keep activating? It's logging and alerting. A critical part of any security architecture is it wouldn't do much good to have all these defenses in place if we have no idea if they're working or not. Oh, that seems fairly easy, but I'm sure there's quite a bit of complicated action that has to go into it. So the remote system log is just one file. Oh, it is easy? Remote system log is just a configuration file. It just grabs files and then where it's going to send them. You go in the then on Graylog you just set up that it should expect remote system logs coming from blah 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 blah. Okay, okay, that's pretty easy actually. If I can, well, this will probably teach me how I can find all that. Graylogs can take a while to get installed because it has some weird dependencies and subsystems that want to be set up, but once you find the Reddit for Graylog, it's just copy and paste configuration files one after the other and alter the address stuff. Let me reread that. My brain said something different. Graylogs can take a while to get installed because it has some weird dependencies and subsystems that want to be set up. But once you find the Reddit for Graylog, it's just copy and paste config files and alter the address, the port. Okay, okay. Well, I'm assuming the MAC address as well as the port, IP address, MAC address, and port. Thank you for that information, Sticky. It's probably going to make this a lot easier to render in my brain now that I kind of have a grip on what it's going to be telling me. I've kind of already got the path in my head, you know. It's so complicated to have an ADHD brain. You have to literally be able to visualize what you're talking about, or you have no clue, thus no interest. Do you have an ADHD brain? Do you need to visually render things in your head to be able to fully understand them? I feel you probably do too. The amount of knowledge you have in your head. Graylog only wants to know the port. It grabs its own local host, so you don't need to provide it. Oh, all you need is the port address. Okay, that's really easy. Well, I guess if you have to install it, it would already know your local address since you're installing it, huh? Yeah, because it needed to send the files. Okay, okay. These defenses in place. I wonder if it's going to call it Graylog or if it's going to call it something else like you keep seeing. You called something else, host jumps. There are Graylog Docker images if you want to mess with it. Not currently, but maybe later. If we have no idea if they're working or not, if we have no idea if they're working or not. How did you know by reading this that that's what they were talking about? Graylog is a system, it's not a term. Oh, huh. Well, still maybe later. Let's get through this first. But how did you know that that's logging and auditing? How did you immediately piece those two together that you security information and event management? Okay, you're probably right. I'm trying to see how you're piecing information together is what I'm trying to get a grip on. I'm not to that point yet where I can just piece information together and just be like, oh, I know what's about to go down because I set up our Graylog and we need visibility. Yeah, into the security systems in place. Security systems in know the S. Yeah, security information and event management. But it's good information to know it's also called Graylogger. Security systems in. Wait a minute, I lost my place. In place to see what kind of traffic they're sending. We need visibility into the security systems in place. There we go. In place to see what kind of traffic they're seeing. In place to see what kind of traffic they're seeing. Oh, it's one of many. Okay. Well, yeah. So that gets back to my original question. Did you know that it was going to be something that was similar to Graylog just because of the title of the video, logging and auditing? Or have you already seen one of these videos before and knew that that was the direction? Yes. Okay. So this video, I need to understand that what they're about to teach me is just all about logging and auditing. Auditing is looking back at previous logs and events. Yes. Yes.
Into the logs of all of our.
Oh, crap. We also. So a good IT person will know that if I'm logging and auditing, that this is what I would need to do. Okay. To have the visibility into the logs of all of our infrastructure. Into the logs of all our devices and equipment that we manage. Devices and equipment that we manage. Oh, it shows you all changes. I still don't fully understand debugging. I thought I did for a long time, but I don't think I do. Audits make sense. They're good for knowing who messed up the system. That makes sense. All right, where was I? Manage. We manage, but it's not enough to just have logs. But it's not enough to just have logs. Debugging is just a process of finding out why a system does not do as expected. See, that's kind of what I thought debugging was, but I'm starting to think, is there multiple options for the worst for the term debug? Oh, okay. Oh, so it's just a general term for troubleshooting. Okay, okay, that makes a lot more sense. That's kind of what I was viewing it as. Like it was starting to be summed into like just troubleshooting um, system, system code, system operations, executions, just troubleshooting anything. All right, let's give you guys some more energy. I'll do guild stuffs later if my guildies happen to be on. An error is in code is typically known as a bug, so we are debugging. Okay. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. We also need to have the visibility into the logs of all of our infrastructure devices and equipment, but it's not enough to just have logs. Dude, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. So it's called debugging because an actual bug was in the system.
Infrastructure devices and equipment that we manage. But it's not enough to just have logs. We also need ways to safeguard.
We also need ways to safeguard logs. We also need ways to save GARD, GUARD, to safeguard logs and make them easy to analyze and review. And make them easy to analyze. Oh, I lost my place. And review. Period.
logs and make them easy to analyze and review. If there's a
Okay, I'm already getting the hint to this. At a big company, it'll be parted out, so it's just one person's job to do just that. But in a small company, you'll have to do everything. I get it. I'm gonna get overworked if I go to a small company. Choose a big company.
dedicated security team at your company, they would be performing this analysis. But at a smaller company, this response
Sysadmin, yay. I like how sysadmin is just wrapped up. Like all the titles of everything I'm learning is just wrapped up into sysadmin. So like if I go into a small company, there's a chance that all of what I'm learning over these 8 months is going to be expected of me, as opposed to if I go into a large company and I get put into an area that's like just looking for phishing attacks or something, or just looking for malicious stuff. I will only have to focus that little bit. Like that's kind of wild. It won't be. We expect you to know how to Google and learn fast. Thank God, Stiggy. You have no idea the amount of anxiety I have of performance issues when I get on job. I'm not 100% sure I'll know how to do all this stuff by heart, but I'm real good at Googling. I'm real good at Googling. That's excellent, dude. I can do a lot in 3 months. I can learn really fast in 3 months if I'm given the opportunity to do. If you let me put my hands on it, I can learn. That gives me a lot of hope. Smaller company. So let's make sure you're prepared for skills you might need. Many investigative techniques can also be applied to troubleshooting. All systems. Wait a minute. Many investigative techniques can also be applied to troubleshooting. That's amazing, though, dude. Congratulations on being able to accomplish that. You didn't know anything about automation and now you're running everything? That's something to be very proud of. Yeah, dude. That's something to be very proud of. Congratulations, Stiggy. I like how you worded it, though. I mean, I didn't know fuck all about automation. I read that in an Aussie tone. I know you're not. You're Norway. No, you're Denmark, right? But I mean, I knew about like macros, but a macro in WoW isn't going to autocomplete the finance. No, it's not. Same place I learned about macros. I didn't learn a lot. I added like quest helper and some odds and ends. I forget what the other ones are. Now that's all standard. But yeah, I learned about macros from WoW as well. All right, I'm getting sidetracked. You're exciting me. No. So let's make sure you're prepared with all the skills you might need for an incident investigation. Many investigation techniques can also. Let's move past that. All systems and services running on host will create logs of some. Wait a minute. All system and services running on host will create logs of some kind with different levels of detail. Yep, that's
responsibility would likely fall to the IT team. So let's make sure you're prepared with the skills you might need for incident investigation. Many investigative techniques can also be applied to troubleshooting. All
investigative techniques can be applied to troubleshooting if you think about it. Troubleshooting is just asking enough questions until you find an answer. Is this what's broke? No. Is this what's broke? No. Is this what broke? Yes. I can see the crack. All systems and I'd go straight to the camera. I'd have never thought about door access. It's just elementary, my dear friend Watson. I may start wearing a pipe just so I could say stuff that. Oh, crap. Running on hosts will create logs of some kind. Running on hosts will create logs of some kind with different levels of detail. With different levels of detail. Period. It depends on what it's logging and what events it's configured to log. Well, that makes sense. It depends on what it's logging and what events it's logging and what events it's configured to log and what events it's configured to log. All systems and services running on host create logs with different levels of detail, depending on your level of access. Make sure. Oh yeah, that was the same thing. I turned that guy off because he keeps saying it's people here, and I don't know where to find that. I thought I put it in the timers, but it's not there, and I can't get rid of it. Crap, I did something. There we go.
And services running on hosts will create logs of some kind with different levels of detail. It depends on what it's logging and what events it's configured to log. So an authentication server with
Let's put this. What it logs. What it logs. So, comma, and authentication server would log every authentication attempt for those. That makes sense. Would log every authentication attempt whether it was. Oh, there's not two S's in that. Successful or not. Wrong place. A firewall would log. A firewall would log traffic that matches rules. Rules with details like source. Okay. Rules with details
would log every authentication attempt, whether it's successful or not. A firewall would log traffic that matches rules, with details like source and destination.
Source and destination, addresses and ports being used. Addresses and ports being used. So an authentication server would log. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm not gonna mark any of that up. Hey, look.
Haha, there it is. Sure enough, man. That's just astonishing, dude. That's the level of intellect or intuition or whatever you want to call it for this. Whatever word I'm not figuring out what to use. That's what level I'm looking to have, what level you have. I look at something and be like, oh, I know what they're going to talk about. And then I just observe it. It's so much better when you can do it that way. That goes to show you years of experience. I'll get there one day. I just got to get into a company that'll let me just mess around with stuff until I get it. I've got all my notes. I'll take them with me every day. I don't mind at all to do that. All this information gives us detail about the traffic.
Destination addresses and ports being used. All this log.
That's not too bad. I'll write that down. I've only got like 5 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I got 6 lines. All this log information gives log information gives us details about the traffic. Details about the traffic and activities that's happening on our networking system. And activities that's happening on our networking system. On our network and system. This can be used.
Logged information gives us details about the traffic and activity that's happening on our network and systems. This can be
To detect compromise or attempts to attack. I don't know how to spell compromise. Detect promise. Promise or attempts to attack the system. This log information gives us details about the traffic activities that's happening on our network system.
be used to detect compromise or attempts to attack the system. When there are
Yep, it's getting down to it. As a central log server, it is some extra analysis features too. It has some. Think of SIEM as a form of centralized logging for security administration purpose. The system gets logged from a bunch of other systems and it consolidates the logs from an. Wow. So it's like LDAP for logs, right? So the SIEM is like LDAP, but for logs. It gets everything. Okay. I just fried my own brain. I think they threw me off. So it's not something that you can just get all your information from unless it's centralized to go to you. With the thing you was talking about, the gray log, you have to set the port. Oh, I figured it out. It's just a giant file. Not currently. I got to get through this first. But maybe. Let me get through this. Yeah, I can't keep. I got to noticing I was taking a lot of breaks while I was doing school and wondering why I can't get through a 6-minute video in one day. I got to get back on track. A large number. I do like that reference, like a giant dumpster for logs. So that let me understand that it's not like a place where you can just centrally control everything. It is essentially just a giant file that you can open and review. It's a looking window. Millions of files. Well, yeah. Yeah, if it's grabbing all the files, that makes sense. If it's grabbing everything from, like, say, you were talking about the grayscale, or the gray logs and the remote system logs. So if the remote system logs is sending it all to the gray logs, and then the gray logs is getting everything that the remote system is doing. Every time the remote system closes an application, every time it opens an application, every time the cursor moves and clicks anything, it's getting all that information and sending it. Right? Yeah, yeah. But that's the only way I could reference it. But that's essentially what it's doing, right? You're just seeing everything that it's giving to you. You don't really have control. You're just seeing it. You have the ability to look at it. I thought with that centralized, it confused me. With the centralized stuff, where did I just read that confused me? Right here, thoughts as a you can be thought of as a centralized log server and has some extra analysis features too. A form of centralized logging for security administration purposes. That's what threw me off. Consolidate log. Oh, it consolidates the logs from all different places in one centralized location. I need to quit reading ahead and just do this. sense. No joke. To make meaningful sense of all this data. This is for security information and event management systems.
There are a large number of systems located around your network, each with their own log format. It can be challenging to make meaningful sense of all this data. This is where
Security information and event management systems. Or S S This would be real easy. Security information and event management. SIEM. Oh shit. System. Oops, I forgot to put the S there. Centralized log server. All right, guys. It's been just enough time that it is time for me to eat. I'm gonna hop up for about 2 minutes, get my food nuked, and I'll be right back. We'll pick up
security information and event management systems, or SIEMs, come in. A SIEM can be thought of as a centralized log server. It has some extra analysis features.
I'm gonna do this real quick. Has some extra analysis features too. All right, now I'm gonna get up. Be right back, guys.
guys, I am back. It's still surprising me at the speed in which I'm moving today. I've already knocked out 2 4-minute videos, and I'm roughly 2 minutes through this one. So let's just say 10 minutes. I've already did 10 minutes of video in 4 hours with a 30-minute break. Yep, I'm gonna need that. That's hot. Oh yeah, to those of you that are interested in an all-meat diet, as soon as I can get a job in this field and I start getting paid, I'm going to switch to an all-meat diet, and I'll be tracking my progress as well as my what if I'm not real? You're real, Stiggy. But I'll be tracking my progress as well as the calories I'm consuming during my experiment. It's going to be a 6-month experiment of just all meat diet. And I've been seeing some things on it that say you can go above your caloric intake requirement for maintenance and still lose weight. So I'll be going 200 calories above my caloric intake requirement for maintenance, and I'm going to see if I can still lose weight on a all meat diet. Which means like steaks and eggs and stuff, like no starches, no nothing, just steaks and eggs. I don't know if you can eat chicken on an all meat diet, but it'll definitely get me away from this stuff. I've been eating this essentially for the last 4 years. Gotta make sure they're 12 inches. And I'll sound just like that. I am kind of curious though. I've been seeing a lot of stuff on this carnivore diet, the all meat diet. I've been seeing a lot of stuff on it. If you're talking about the actual hot dog, I have not. I have watched a ungodly amount of pornographic images. So if you're talking about the perverted side of it, probably better than Counter-Strike Go. What the heck? Yo, how's bro do that? That's wild. Oh, our dollar is worth more in Europe now. What's that about? Of course, I clicked it and lost it. There it is. Up 42.42%. It's not a whole lot. It's not even a dollar exchange rate. How do I get this thing to go away? Thank you. Brother, you will die. There's a video where he dual wields and just walks up to people and strikes Do you imagine somebody walking up just twirling 2 hot dogs, just carrying a conversation with you? Like it ain't nothing. Just going ham on 2 hot dogs, just swirling them around in his fingers. What are you doing today? That's awful wild. That would be wild to see. Like legitimate in person, it would probably definitely catch my attention. Oh, there he is. Let's watch it.
You can't do it freehand.
I can and I will. This isn't a time for showing off, strange.
Dude's face is just like, oh. So speaking of the new Marvel movie, have you seen the Deadpool controllers? I just seen them today. The limited edition Deadpool Xbox and the controllers. It just tickles me. I wonder if that's Ryan Reynolds' actual cast of his bottom. Just shrunk down for size. And then their commercial on The Bachelor, that was hilarious. That was absolutely hilarious. Ergonomically snap my fingers. I hope there's not guild stuff I'm supposed to be doing that I'm not doing. Not replay, stupid. We're not doing siege attacks today. Oh, today is siege, right? Oh no, it was the special. There's no siege today. This was the last week. Thank goodness. What do you mean? Our bros right now, tech wise. What do you mean? Like that old software that went by Bro, but they changed it to Zeke? Or like they're being good friends? I don't know what Zluda is. The translation layer to make NVIDIA CUDA code run on AMD. And oh, so you'll have to get processor specific GPUs now because of NVIDIA? I don't know what CUDA code is. I don't know what Zluda or CUDA code is. I don't have any clue. Like none. NVIDIA's AI and voice encoding leadership. Okay. what's the never mind. I had to read again. Intel's multilingual language. Huh. So what does that mean for the rest of us using NVIDIA? I'm pretty sure that my graphics card's a NVIDIA. Machine learning. Okay. Machine learning language. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Do you think it's a way for them to corner the market? Hold on. Because suddenly you already made. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. They're trying to corner the market and make it harder for other people to do stuff. Oh, that's cornering the market. Duh. Alright, I'm gonna hop up and put my food back and get one more quick piece. I don't have to do it again. They don't want to have other brands run CUDA. Yeah, they're trying to corner the market. That's exactly what that sounds like. Alright, I'll read that in a second. I'm gonna hop up and put this up. PP. So if you already have a product that runs CUDA code, you have to swap to AMD and rewrite the entire thing to make it run? Oh no. What's that running? I guess my main question is, I have a MSI Afterburner, so that's an AMD. No, that's an Intel board. That's an Intel board. So I'm safe with mine, right? Okay, so it's MSI with the Intel chipset. Okay, now I'm learning my boards. It is. It's MSI Afterburner with an Intel chipset. My 770, I think. Yeah, 7700 i7 is what's in mine. And my motherboard is an MSI with an Intel chipset. So will I be affected with this? Will I have to do some stuff about it? Let me reread. I don't think I really understood it. Oh, it's for AI development. I skipped a step somewhere, dude. Oh, the backbone of NVIDIA's AI and video encoding. Okay. I don't do either of those. I don't do voice editing or AI. I don't know how to do either. Why is my GPU at 76%, 75, or 60, sorry, 66 and 65? What are you doing? Oh, okay. So if I just want to use my stuff for like gaming and stuff, it won't affect it. You can see it in the graphics. Yeah, I see it here, video encoding. And then I got 3D. I don't have anything going in copy. Legacy overlay, nothing. VR, nothing. Video processing, nothing. Security, nothing. Video decoding, nothing. What was that on? Let's leave it on legacy overlay. If you start playing the video, it runs your video decoding chipset. Let's check that out. Replay.
You can't do it for
Oh,
a hand.
instantly.
I will. This isn't a time for showing off, Strange.
That was wild. Huh. Oh. Alright, let's get at this. There are many chipsets on your GPU. More than what I can see. More than that. Oh my god. That's a lot more than I have. Or than I can see. AI denoiser. You smell like apple. Let's take you. Huh. That's a whole lot of information I just don't understand. I know what FPS means. And resolution. And upscale. Tensor cores and denoiser. I could figure out what denoiser is. I don't really know what a tension core is. That's not even mouth right. It's just flopping around. Let's try the other side. There we go. I'll get a video for you ready when you're done vlogging. Okay, thank you. I should be done. At the rate I'm moving, I should be done in the next hour. Oh, if I can do a minute 15 to 20. Yeah, I should be done in the next hour. Alright. Let's get my green pen back.
Features too. You can think of
All right. Thanks, man. S I E M. Centralized logging for logging for security administration purposes. Purposes. No, I don't need that. Let's do this.
SIEM as a form of centralized logging for security administration purposes. A SIEM system gets
Holy Jesus. SIM system gets logs from a bunch of other systems. Gets logs from a bunch of other systems. It consolidates the logs. I don't know how to spell consolidates the logs from all different places. And places it into one centralized location and places it in one centralized location. Steam system
Gets logs. Other systems.
Logs from a bunch of other systems. It consolidates the logs from all different places and places it in one centralized location. This makes handling logs a lot easier. As an IT support specialist, an important step you'll take in logs analysis is normalization.
The process of taking log data in different formats. Taking log data. Different formats. And converting it into a, I don't know how to spell that. And converting it into a standardized format that's consistent. With a defining log structure. Neat.
This is the process of taking log data in different formats and converting it into a standardized format that's consistent with a defined log structure. As an IT support specialist, you might configure normalization for your log sources. For example, log entries from our firewall may have a timestamp
timestamp using a year. Stamp using year, month, and day format. Month and day format. While logs from our client machines may use day, month, year format. While logs from our client machines may use day, month, year. May use day, month, and year. Okay. Oh man, my viewers are dropping off like flies. I guess I'm boring, Stiggy.
Using a year, month, and day format, while logs from our client machines may use day, month, year format. To normalize
Yeah, I can't use cocaine, man. That's too expensive of a drug. Even whenever I was doing drugs heavy, I couldn't do cocaine. It's too expensive. Is that what all other streamers are doing? Is just getting high on coke and streaming? To normalize this data. Gamer subs. What's a gamer sub? Like supplements? What's a gamer supplement? You mean like that Alpha Brain stuff? Use one standard date format you define. Date format. Is there a cost of then you define what the fields are for the log tabs? What the fields are for the log types that need to be converted. That need to. Oh gosh. If you look it up, don't show it on stream. They are very horny on main. I don't know what that means, but I won't show it on stream. To be converted. Let's see what you're talking about. General ideas. So they're selling them potent pre-workout? Yeah, bro, that looks like pre-workout. Grandpa's ashes. What is it? It says it's got nootropics in it, but what? What? That doesn't tell me a whole lot. Oh, okay. I thought G Fuel was just an energy drink. I must be really wrong about a lot of things.
This data, you choose one standard date format. Then you define what the fields are for the log types that need to be converted. When logs are received from these,
Oh, they have other options. Oh, well, that's sneaky. Are there nootropics trend? Oh, you said it wouldn't work out. Never mind. It's like, no, I'm not juicing, man. Shows up his shoulders as big as my legs. I'm not juicing. I'm all natty. Oh, speaking of all natty, I am going to break my natty streak, and I will be going on my first cycle as soon as I get a job. So my muscles are about to explode, and I'm not going to hide it at all. Anybody who wants to know, it would be testosterone because I'm old enough now. Sus snacks. Ew. Ew. Like, I understand that'll still be alright, but ew. I don't want to put that in my mouth. You've had them. Okie dokie. Well, I mean, I guess if you flavor a turd enough, it'll eventually taste good. You flavor bugs enough, they'll eventually taste good. They send samples with orders. Oh, wow. That means they're still very fresh. Are converted into the standard that we define. Into the standard. Very horny on Maine. Mouse mats? Oh, like a mouse pad? I'll check it in just a second. Let me finish this sentence so I don't lose my place. Defined and stored by the logging server. Logging server to normalize this data. Choose one standard date format. Define the fields. What the fields are for the log types. Converted. Alright, let's check this. Oh. Oh, by horny, you meant legitimately horny. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Like, that's legitimately horny stuff. Who's a Shy Lily? Shy Lily? Oh, that's cute. Shillelagh. You can get it as a cup. Oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah, I don't know anything about streamers either. I'm pretty bad at my job.
machines, the log entries are converted into the standard that we defined and stored by the logging server. This lets
This lets you analyze and compare log data. This lets you analyze and compare log data between different log types. Between different log types and systems in a much easier fashion. Systems in a much easier So what type of information should you be logging? So what type? What type should you be logging? Peach tea. I'm gonna have to see this. You have piqued my interest. Here's my favorite flavor. Oh, that's gonna pop up. I like how I can't read enough of it. Let's see what you got here. It's a whole lot of vitamins, L-theanine, L-tyrosine. What the heck is all these things? So pretty much everything after L-theanine is just rando, except for the green tea leaves. Ginseng, sorry, I said green tea. What's a vitamin H? Why is vitamin H part of vitamin B? Oh, Biotin. I know Biotin. They've changed its name. L-theanine is something you can buy to lose weight with. I've taken it before. It was a nasty flavor. What's goji? Berry extract. Goji berry extract. What's COQ10? Wow, that was a lot of information. Pressing view, more sins. The medical web thingy. Are you experiencing symptoms of a heart attack? Please seek your nearest medical. Alright, let's get this knocked out. That's wild, though, that they're doing stuff like that. Oh. Alright. Where was I? So what type of information should you be logging? If you log too much
Lets
info,
you analyze and compare log data between different log types and systems in a much easier fashion. So what type of information should you be logging? Well, that's a great question. If you log too
I do like how they're giving all the information, but I still don't trust some of those things. What's COQ10? If it's found in so much food, then why have I never heard about it? Too much info. It's difficult to analyze the data. And find useful information. Plus storage requirements for saving the logs. Storage. I don't think I got enough room. Requirements for saving the logs. Become. Oh, okay. So it's found in fruit, not food. Oh yeah, in apples and such as well. Yeah, because antioxidants aren't found in food; they're found in fruit, mainly found in fruit. Yes, sir, it is. But when I think food, I think steak. burgers, stuff like that. When I hear fruit, I think of snack. I can't really. Well, I can eat a whole watermelon and get full.
Too much info, it's difficult to analyze the data and find useful information. Plus, storage requirements for saving the logs become expensive very quickly. But if you log too little,
Oh, Stiggy. Yes, I dap some gamer sup on my Big Mac. I forgot to tell you, man. I have finished Angels of Death. I think that was one you requested for me, and I'm quite sad that the ending of it and the fact there is no season 2. It wasn't you? Was that not you, or was that Jack? Did Jack recommend it to me? Huh. Which one of you recommended? Because I've watched almost all of the recommendations so far. I watched the AI one. That was from you. The AI one. I watched Toradora. Oh, we're still watching that. That's kind of pretty funny. That's one of those you can't just. Am I thinking of the right one? Toradora. It wasn't Jack. He's here. Oh, I don't have Toradora. I was like thinking about Toriko. Jack, was it you that recommended Angels of Death then? Or you already said not I. Not I. I finished it last night, and I'm quite upset that it was a good anime, and they halted production. I guess there's 15 chapters in the manga, and there's no season 2, and the way it left off was so infuriating. It left me and Tiffany both like, well, what the frack? 86? Won't provide any useful. Oh, glad. I'm glad that Jack's here. I'm on right now, but I won't be able to do any more guild activities until later. I've been focusing on getting this done today. If you log too much info, difficult to analyze data, find useful information. Storage requirements for saving become expensive very quickly. But if you log too little, the information won't provide useful insight into systems and networks. Oh crap, I missed a lot. Oh, you've been here for a minute. Am I talking about anime or the range of ages on my Tinder profile? You decide. Well, let's find out. 86. Kaiju number 8 is already getting canceled. That upset me. Oh, that's not how you spell that. Oh, it is. Oh, dang. That's not what I said to do. Stop. Done. Let's go ahead and add number 2 to it. Stop. Done. And we got a special, just a 1 episode special. All right, that will be the one I'll look into today.
Jack, were you lurking when I was born? Did you see me come out my mommy?
Then the information won't provide any useful insights into your systems and network. Finding that middle ground can be difficult. It will vary.
Can be difficult. Depending on the unique characteristics. Unique characteristics of the system being monitored. System monitored. And the type of activity on the network. And type of activity on the network. Given another 200 years, starts turning green and reverse those sentences. I'm just chilling in my floating ball.
Vary depending on the unique characteristics of the systems being monitored and the type of activity on the network. No matter what events are
Okay, I'll write that. I'm at 3:30, an hour in, so I'm behind. So I did slow down. All right, that was enough information for me to know. All of them should in formation. That will help understand what happened. And reconstruct the events.
logged, all of them should have information that will help understand what happened and reconstruct the events. There are lots of
Oh yeah, Jack, I am about halfway through all 12 of my skill ups. Well, I only need 11 of them, but 12 of my skill ups for Nora. I'm on 3 of the 12 vampires right now, and I've already knocked out the Griffin, and I knocked out somebody else. I'm working on vamps now. This is the 3rd time I've had to fully skill up, or no, the 4th time. The 4th time I've had to fully skill up a totem, and I don't have any LDs. Oh, don't tell me that now, Stiggy. Oh, I'm still gonna watch it. But man, I don't like being punched in the feels. Dude, as soon as oh, I'm not gonna say that. I shared it with Jack and I screwed that up for him. I found out recently somebody dies from an anime that I'm quite interested in. And it really made me sad. Are we talking like Fry's dog waiting for him kind of punch in the heart? Or is it just gonna be a, oh man, I gotta cry about this? It's less feels, more, oh god, it's brutal, man. More important fields to capture and log entries like timestamp and log entries like timestamp the event or error code, the service or application being logged, the service or application being logged. Oh, the entire premise of 86 is racism. Tackled in an interesting way, but it boils down to how we treat others, and oh boy, they know how to treat them dang color of hair. Cannon fodder? Oh no. I mean, that's gonna make it quite worth it. All right, I've already tackled the Milas, and I've already tackled the Griffins. I'm working on the Vamps now, and I got the Emilys left. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna give it a try. I like watching new anime from all different points of view because you can almost not find a bad anime if you ask me. Well, I don't know. There was one, How to Not Summon a Demon Lord, was so perverted I couldn't finish it. I just couldn't do it.
important fields to capture in log entries, like timestamp, the event or error code, the service or application being logged, the user or system account associated.
Yeah, whenever he was trying to finger the demon out of this woman and brings the demon out into the world and she just falls in love with him, I was like, nope, I'm done. That was a bad anime. Associated with the event. Holy water.
You would figure that would work, but not in this anime. The only way to get her out is to finger her out. You just have to watch it, Jack. It's so bad. It's so perverted. Like I thought that one Bastard that's on Netflix right now was pretty bad because it's pretty perverted for him being so obsessed with such a young girl, a young virgin girl. But How to Not Summon a Demon Lord is way worse. I'm not gonna do that.
associated with the event, and the device.
Probably. It looks really good and it's got good animation. It's got good fight scenes. It's pretty decent when it comes to graphics, but the storyline, dude, that's so worth it. I've seen all of season 1. Yeah? Is it ringing a bell on that, Jack? Like he's having to do some really perverted things. Like even me as a sex addict couldn't watch it. It was just too. Hey, I watched Stiggy. I watched The Devil Works as a Part Timer a few years back when it first hit Netflix. It's hilarious. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's got good fight scenes in it too. It's got a good storyline. It's wild. It's pretty good. You'll enjoy it. Oh, turn subtitles on in the beginning. If you don't watch it subbed, turn them on for the beginning. I haven't either. I know they got a season 2 out. I just haven't watched it. Or at least I think they got a season 2 out. Is that a definition?
Devices involved in the event. Timestamps are
Rent a girlfriend? I don't know if I like cringe, but that sounds kind of funny. Oh, you've tried it? You can't watch it? Oh goodness. I've got. Oh God. I may turn that on for the girlfriend to watch. I'm gonna have to look for season 2 now. Let's verify that the devil is a part timer has a season 2. Oh, season 3. Yeah, there's a season 2. There is not a season 3, but there is a season 2 now. Oh, there is a season 3. Has it not been translated? Cool. I had to stop to conserve my lifespan. Guys, I didn't realize it was 4 o'clock. I'm going to hop up and pee. I'm going to get up and pee real quick. There's some weird noises going on behind me.
basically the guy who rents a girlfriend, falls straight for her, continues renting her, going on, please, I promise you this is the last time, and then 2 weeks later I'll invite her to the wedding and shit. It's 100% from experience. Yeah, that definition is definitely too cringe for me. I can't deal with that kind of drama. But that's hilarious. By the time he makes it to season 2, he's renting a second girlfriend while having a girlfriend. That's wild, man. Yeah, I couldn't handle it. I think season 4 is like 5 girls. Bro, that would give me anxiety just watching it. You can rent girlfriends? Wait a minute, this is real? I'm assuming only in Japan. What? Dude, why am I wasting my time with the real one? I can just rent her. That was mean. Timestamps. Understanding. Japan is known in manga for rentable girlfriends. What's compensating dating? Oh, I knew about the cuddles. That's a thing in America. You can rent people to come over and cuddle with you. Like, say you need a nap partner, you can rent somebody for like $100 to come over and nap with you. That's a real thing here. Paid for a date? Huh. I've never heard anything like that before, Jack. That's wild. I guess whenever I visit Japan, I should keep my eyes on the lookout. I'd hate to be tricked into something. Giggity. Oh no. I got tricked into renting a girlfriend. Nah, I am going to try that. I want to try the maid coffee shops and cafes. I want to try the cat cafes. I want to try. Sign girls? What's a sign girl? I believe that, Sticky. Wholeheartedly, I believe that. I mean, Japan is pretty perverted. If we're being honest, that they're quite perverted, which is not a problem. I mean, you restrict sex that that strongly, and all urges that strongly, it's eventually going to turn into like the church girl syndrome. You keep a girl in church and away from the world all the way until she's 18, and then when she experiences the world, she goes wild. Girls who stand outside an establishment holding up a sign as advertisement. Oh, that's interesting.
Are super important to understanding when an event occurred. Fields like source and destination.
Yeah, they're super kinky, Jack. I know that.
Well, I mean, sex sells. Sex sells. Let's just be honest. It's sold for all of humanity. Fields like SOURCE and destination addresses. Tell us who was talking to him. Was talking to whom? Jack, when I watched that this morning, as I was browsing my Facebook feed, I found another ad where it was showing the Xbox, not just the controller. It's wild they're doing that. I think it's absolutely wild. The real question is it Ryan Reynolds' bottom, or is it just a bottom that they threw on there?
Addresses will tell us who was talking to whom. For application logs, you can grab useful information from
Information from the logged in user. Associated with the event and from what client they used on the event and from what client they used.
What's the Deadpool popcorn bucket and controller? Oh, I know the controller. Sorry, that was dumb. Oh, it's Wolverine's mouth. I remember seeing that now. Yeah.
from the logged in user associated with the event and from what client they used. On top of the analysis assistance it provides,
On top of the analysis. Oh, assistance. Oops. It provides centralized also has a
A centralized log server also has security benefits. By maintaining
That's a new sentence. Dedicated server. Dedicated system. It's easier to secure the system from attack.
logs on a dedicated system, it's easier to secure this system from attack. Logs are usually targeted by
I keep screwing stuff up, man. Targeted by attackers after a breach. Targeted by attackers after a breach. After breach ACH. So that they can cover their tracks. So that they can cover their tracks. KS? Yeah. Not tracked. By having critical systems send log.
attackers after a breach so that they can cover their tracks. By having critical
Systems send logs to remote logging servers. Systems send logs to remote logging. The details of a breach should still be logged.
Typical systems send logs to a remote logging server that's locked down. The details of a breach should still be logged. A forensics team will be able to reconstruct.
Oh dang, because I forgot to drink when I got back. I agree with the Cybertruck. I don't know what Nico Nico is. Reconstruct the events that led to the compromise. The events that led to the compromise. Once we have logging configuration. Oh, Nico Nico is YouTube, but in Japan. Okay. Well, that sounds neat. I've always wondered how they did that. Like, does everybody all around the world use the same thing, or do they use something different? Now I know. Almost done. 4.5 minutes into 6.5.
Construct the events that led to the compromise. Once we have logging configured and the relevant events recorded on a centralized log server, what do we do with all the data? Well, analyzing log details depends on what you're trying to achieve. Typically,
Yeah, that's what I meant. Nico Nico isn't you. It's a YouTube version. I may have said it wrong, but that's kind of what I meant. I was curious if they make, if like YouTube is like YTube over there, or if they use something different, or I may have worded that differently. I'm sorry. Typically, when aggregated logs. You should pay patterns between traffic. So if you're seeing, when you look at aggregated logs, you should pay attention to patterns, connections between traffic. So if you're seeing,
when you look at aggregated logs as an IT support specialist, you should pay attention to patterns and connections between traffic. So if
seeing large percentage posts all connecting to specific address connect to specific address outside your network. That might be worth investigating. That might be worth best could signal a signal malware infection.
If you're seeing a large percentage of Windows hosts all connecting to a specific address outside your network, that might be worth investigating. It could signal a malware infection. Once logs are
That sucks. I hope Japan's okay. Heck yeah. You can write automated alerting based on rules. Right. Automated alerting based on rules. Maybe I want to define a rule. Neat. If you guys will give me just a moment. Apologize about that, guys. It's nothing they're not used to, but still, yeah, no. A 5.6 doesn't sound like nothing. You can write automated alerting based on rules. Once logs are
centralized and standardized, you can write automated alerting based on rules. Maybe you'll want to
define an alert rule for alert rule for repeated unsuccessful attempts. Is there two T's? No. Unsuccessful attempts to authenticate. To a critical authentication server. Authentication Server.
Define an alert rule for repeated unsuccessful attempts to
that's the
authenticate to a critical
end.
authentication server. Lots of
Oh. Same solutions. Solutions. I'm getting better at spelling. Also offer handy dashboards to help. Handy dashboards to help analysis. Yeah.
SIEM solutions also offer handy dashboards to help analysts visualize.
Analysts. Visualize. This data. Period. I think I'm going to start there. Help.
Visualize this data. Having data
Data in a visual format. I'm not going to lie, guys. Having something in a visual anything helps me dramatically. So this is probably something I'll end up initiating when I start my career. Because if I can't visualize it or render a 3D model in my brain. Oh, Sticky, go to bed, man. If you're tired, brother, head to bed. Just think, vacay is just tomorrow away. That's it. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought your bobbin was like about to pass out. Oh, my apologies. My apologies, Stiggy. Well, if you're bobbing to some music, man, what kind of music you jamming out to?
in a visual format can potentially provide more insight. You can also
Huh? I'm going to have to listen to that. Millie? Compass by Millie. I will look that up as soon as I'm done here. I can see the finish line, Sticky. You've been with me for a minute. This is a long time coming. You can also write some of your own monitoring. Monitoring and alert systems. Oh, that's not. That's a. That's an extra to that.
write some of your own monitoring and alert systems. Now, it doesn't matter if you're using a SIEM solution or
Okay. Let's write that down. No, it doesn't. If you're using a seam solution, or writing your own. It can be useful to break things down like commonly used protocols in the network. Absolutely. It can be useful to break down things. Oh, that's not a B, that's a D. Break down things like commonly used protocols in the network. Protocols. It can. Ah, crap.
Writing your own. It can be useful to break down things like commonly used protocols in the network, quickly see the top talkers.
I'm gonna continue that. Quick. Is it quickly? No. Quickly see the top talkers in the network. And view reported errors. And view reported errors over time to reveal. Okay. To reveal patterns. I am almost done with my vamps. I got a little half run here, and I got 2 more sets of vamps I gotta run.
In the network and view reported errors over time to reveal patterns. Another
Okay. Another important component. Important to logging to keep in mind is retention. To logging to keep in mind is retention. Important component to logging. Retention. Like the ability to keep. Is that a different?
important component to logging to keep in mind as an IT support specialist is retention. Your log storage.
Well, yeah, okay. I heard retention, and I immediately thought back to when I was a manager and having a problem retaining my employees. It's like as soon as I got promoted, they all got mad and left. I lost my best worker. I didn't know how to have retention. Couldn't keep them long enough. I tried everything under the sun. I tried befriending them. I tried leading them. I tried showing by example. Over the course of my 2 years as the manager at that gym, I tried everything because that was the first time I was ever a sober manager. So I wanted to do it right, and man, I screwed it up. I'm gonna have to flip it over for just 2 more sentences. Stop. Your log storage needs will vary based on the amount of systems being logged.
Storage needs will vary based on the amount of systems being logged, the amount of detail logged,
Rate at which logs are created. How long you want or need to keep logs. How long you want or need to keep logs around will also really influence I don't know what FC5 is. Storage. Oh, let me know how that goes, Jack. I liked Far Cry the one time I have played it. Server. Some examples of logging servers and how you said it. Hey, Stiggy, right there it is. R system log.
and the rate at which logs are created. How long you want or need to keep logs around will also really influence the storage requirements for a log server. Some examples
The amount of detail being logged. Rate at which logs are created. How long you want or need keep logs around. Really influence the storage requirements for a log server. some examples of logging servers and SIEM solutions are
Examples of logging servers and SIEM solutions are the open source rsys
are the open source two two three four two three four the open SOURC RSYS log Splunk Enterprise Security IBM Security Q Radar and RSA Security Analytics. Boom! Oh man, I missed a whole bunch. I tried three and it was good, but the menu sound, something about the menu noise made me tick. Alright. Already fixed my minds. Ow! Last set of amps, and then it's just Emily's. I should be able to get all my totems by the end.
log, Splunk Enterprise Security, IBM Security Q Radar, and RSA Security Analytics.
Yeah, let's check this out. Huh? Okay, I just grab it all. I didn't need that anyways. Okay. That was an AI. So it's an NID and an NIP together. I used to do Manpower. I used to get work through Manpower. Burger menu print. Explain, Stiggy. Burger menu. Oh, settings. I can just do that. Oh man, I'm gonna do that from now on. That'll be super easy. Yeah, because the way I'm doing it's not clean at all. I essentially scroll down, get it all, and then move about my day. Huh. That doesn't tell me a whole lot. The 360 Defender. I don't like 360 Defender. If I liked it, it would be running. No, Jack's right. I think he did tell me a few months back. I got the memory of like your average squirrel. They'll plant a nut and then forget where they put it. It's like it's gonna be right here to be so tasty when it's done, and then you come back for it and you dig 12 different holes around it because it's somewhere. That's about right. Yeah, I did do this one by just dragging the whole thing. Oh, that's neat. That's I will try to remember from now on, guys. My memory really is super bad. Yeah, I think essentially I just run on muscle memory my whole day. My whole day is just nothing but muscle memory. That's why I need to touch things. For me to learn, I got to be able to touch it. If I can touch it, I can learn it. Let me operate with it. Because then I can turn it into muscle memory and I don't have to think about it. It just happens.
That's a real story. All right. Previously, you learned about system hardening and critical elements in security architecture. In this reading, you will learn how Microsoft 360 Defender can be used with an organization for expanding security services and tools. You'll also learn about important endpoint security, preventing threats across an enterprise environment can be challenging for IT. I'm going to have to learn this crap because I'm sure it's going to be on the test. It offers tools to prevent attacks, detect threat, investigate security breaches, and coordinate effective response strategies. The Defender portal also offers an action center for monitoring incidents and alerts, as well as a threat hunting and analytic. Wait, is that what I meant by endpoint? Protects network endpoints, including servers, workstations, mobile devices, and IoT devices. Provides preventative safeguards, breach detection, automatic analysis, and threat response service. Defender vulnerability manages public assets, including hardware, software, license, network, and data, providing asset inventory, vulnerability discovery, configuration assessment, risk-based prioritization, and remediation tools. What's remediation? Like to kill it or to silence it? That's a sticky question. Oh yeah, it blocks all this stuff. I already knew all that. Mark is complete. All right, guys, that's it for me today. Stiggy's got some homework for me after this, so I'm going to join a watch party and do some homework on R's remote system logs and grayscale and something else. I forget what all we discussed, but he's got some videos saved up for me. So I can disprove that by looking at two screens at once and see. So I'm gonna cancel out my stream today, guys. It was a pleasure. Thank you for joining me. It's already 5 o'clock. I have to drink again. Thank you, Jack. I feel I was doing a lot better at the beginning than towards the end. I think my mind started getting a little overheated towards the end, and I was becoming easily distracted. But I do appreciate the compliment. I do feel like I worked pretty hard today. I will see you guys again tomorrow. Tomorrow, my goal is to make it as close to this as possible. I'm going to knock out this, but I want to get as close to this as possible. Will do. I'm going to hop up and pee real quick and take my food, my empty containers downstairs and get them washed up. Give me like 20 minutes, and I'll shoot you a call. All right. All right, guys. Everybody take it easy. Thank you for joining me on my stream today. I look forward to seeing you guys again. Have a great day. See you.